Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are NC.
Despite one of the longest home runs ever hit at the K, last night was about the Royals bullpen. 5 no-hit innings capped off by 5 straight strikeouts from Davis and Holland, and the Royals won Game 1. Today, Royals fans hope that brilliance continues as Yordano Ventura tries to hook a trout. Next. Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. This afternoon from Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, it's Game 2 of this series between the Angels and the Kansas City Royals. Hi, everybody. Steve Physiak with you. The Royals last night had a sensational performance by their bullpen with 5 no-hit innings, struck out 9, and that was the reason they won 8-6. But my goodness, how much does it help when you get a solid offense? And look what they did early. They only had 6 games where they scored 8 or more runs in the first 52 games of the season. They have 8 games in the last 27 where they've scored 8 or more runs in a game. The number of multi-home run games is up, and then the 10-hit games is up as well, and the team is 17-10 in that span. Joining me now is Rex Hudler, and Rex, offense so important, and when they gave their team 7 runs in that third inning, well, that was a big moment.
Ned Yost has always known the offense is right there in that dugout. Just had to be patient for the first couple of months of the season, but they're starting to perform, and now you never know who's going to drive the bus. There's 1 through 5, 1 through 6. Different guys are getting hot at different times, but that inning where they scored more multiple runs, they're at it again. Frenzy-style hitting, speed, pressures defense, threw the ball down the line. Dyson's got that. And Lorenzo Cain drops one in the Lorenzo Cain triangle. That's a signature hit for him. Gordon, he's able to score him on a 200-foot sacrifice fly. They have speed, they got timely hits, and how about the first ever grand slam in the 10-year career of Infante? Throw those instant runs up, you got the pin, you got the win.
And they had the pen last night. 5 no-hit innings from Herrera to Maria to Davis to Holland, and the Royals with a victory over the Angels. Game 2 is next.
first rewind takes a look at Greg Holland sealing the deal last night. 3 saves and capping off what was a spectacular performance by the bullpen. They had the run support, but Jason Vargas didn't last very long, and so the bullpen comes in. 5 innings, no hits, no runs, and 9 strikeouts in the wins. Welcome back to Kauffman Stadium. Joel Goldberg out here in right field. And it was only the second time the Royals have had a bullpen performance like that with those kind of numbers. And one of the biggest spots, and shouldn't be forgotten, is rookie Michael Marriott coming into the game to get his first big league win with the bases loaded and getting out of it, giving up just 1 run on a sac fly.
Marriott came in a really, really tough situation, up 3, but bases loaded, nobody out, and did a great job. Anytime you can get out of a situation like that with 1 run, that's a phenomenal job, and that's exactly what he did.
Second time ever for the Royals bullpen, 5 innings, no hits, no runs, and 9 strikeouts or more in a game, first since 1992. Now it's Yordano Ventura, the rookie, set to take the hill. First pitch coming up next.
Is brought to you by Chevrolet. Come in and visit the Kansas City area Chevy dealers and make your move to Chevrolet today. By the Missouri Lottery, try the new Lucky Sevens playbook. And by AT mobilizing your world. Welcome back to the K, where the Royals are looking to get back to 500 at home with a win today. Cole Calhoun will lead things off, and then he'll be followed by All-Star Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, Josh Hamilton. This lineup has 83 home runs. That's second most in the American League.
They do, but Ventura has the weapons it takes to stop all that if he's hitting his spots with his 3 fabulous pitches. Now, there's not Angel in that lineup that has ever faced him before, so that's going to add a little degree of difficulty. Turn the bats up. This guy's been one of the best starters in the American League this year. He's got 10 quality starts. That's second most behind Tanaka with the Yankees. Tanaka, a first-year player, not a rookie in my opinion.
I agree, and the key starting pitcher is Ventura. He has never faced the Angels, but if he pitches like he did against Seattle on Sunday, the Royals will have a great chance to take the first 2 games of this series.
No doubt. Keep it down. He'll power through them at times. Fastballs early in the count, mid to upper 90s. We might see some hundreds in there. Good overhand curve, and his changeup is very special. He'll mix that in as well. Now, everyone knows in the league about Salvador Perez. It's no secret anymore. But in his starts this year, the team is above 500, and they want to continue that. So it's important for Ned to continue to find the days off for him when he can.
The crew chief is Tim Welke. He is behind the dish. Todd Titchener is at first base. Clint Fagan at second base. And Tim Timmons is the third base umpire.
Just saw Salvador Perez with a mouthpiece in. That's good. It's like a football player wears for contact. And when you got a guy like Ventura that throws 100 miles an hour, foul tips do damage, especially in the face mask. So he's going to protect himself with at least with a mouthpiece so he can grip down on it.
He starts at 96 miles an hour, a fastball outside corner to Calhoun, who's batting .270. And then he cracks that one into right field for a base hit. Now Ventura, coming off that terrific start on Sunday, even though he lost to Seattle, gave up 2 runs in 7 innings, he must face the very dangerous Mike Trout. And Trout, first time up yesterday, blasted one into the water in left center field. And the new distance has been measured as station's operations went out and measured it last night. 455 feet. One of the longest home runs in this ballpark.
Yep, you got to hit his spots, and right there, staying on the corner. You want to try to challenge him upstairs a little bit. He's a great low ball hitter, and it'll be tough to double up. Ventura's a fly ball pitcher,
and he has been extremely hot of late. Takes it upstairs. He's batting .391 over his last 29 games to raise his average from .264 to .313 during that run. 6 home runs his last 12 games.
One of the many things that the Angel hitters are going to be seeing from Ventura is a free-flowing body. Nice and easy. Good loose arm. Very little effort, it looks like. Smooth.
Nice block by Salvador Perez, and no advance by Calhoun, who does have 3 steals and 3 opportunities this year.
Salvi this year has thrown out 34.4% of runners. Anything over 30 is great. Keeps the ball in front of him. He's hoping Calhoun takes off. He'd love to show his arm off.
Does not go, and the pitch is upstairs. 3-1. There's really no rest in this very dangerous Angel lineup. Albert Pujols will be next, then Josh Hamilton, and they have Eric Ibar, their shortstop, batting 5th this afternoon, and I wonder if it's because of his very good success against Royals pitching in his history. Ground ball up the middle. Infante has it. A chance for 2. Eske turns and not in time. Trout too fast.
Yep. Too much air under the bounces. Could have given Escobar a little firmer feed on that, but I don't think that would have got him anyway. Good hard slide by Calhoun. This guy who runs hard. See how he's not watching the ball? When you don't watch the ball, you get there quicker. Some guys still have a habit after they make contact to watch the ball and watch where it's playing. It takes your focus away from the bag. Not Trout.
He's like a great sprinter right out of the blocks. And here is Pujols.
He's 10 for 10 in steals.
Not running as much as he did last year or the year before. He had 33 stolen bases last year, and the season before led the American League with 49. And I just wonder if they're trying to manage his body to play a full season every single day. He's still very young at 22. Does not go, and Pujols takes it low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know what? They're not conserving him in his energy. At 22 years old, as powerful and young as that guy is, he's got the green light whenever he wants to go. He's maybe a little bit more selective on his pitches that he goes on.
Ground ball third. Valencia's only play will be first. They get the out there. Trout moves into scoring position for Hamilton. Hey fans, it's time now for you to tweet your photo using hashtag KCFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. We'll show it later in the game. It's brought to you by AT&T. The Angels took the early lead on Trout's home run, then made it 2-0 in the second on Cron's home run, but the Royals dropped 7 on Shoemaker in the third inning. There's a strike to Josh, who is off to a little bit of a slow start this year. Has a good average. Power numbers are down, but he missed 48 games because of a left thumb injury.
He has hit .333 this year with runner in scoring position, though.
Chases that off speed. 0-2.
Angels last night were just 2 for 8 with runners in scoring position. They couldn't get the big hit because the bullpen was outstanding.
Boy, Josh really looked like he was looking fastball and missed that off speed by a good foot.
You've never faced a guy before that has that type of hammer for a curveball. It can be a couple at bats before you can get adjusted, just like there. He's not able to pick that up. Beautiful job.
Ventura gets to the first inning, strikes out Hamilton with a man in scoring position. Bottom first we go, and the red hot Lorenzo Cain coming up.
Wow.
Success in his leadoff role and 3 hits last night, 5 hits his last 2 games. He will lead things off again with Hosmer, Butler, Gordon, Perez, Infante with his first grand slam of his career. Valencia in there against the left-hander, and so is Justin Maxwell. Hector Santiago is the Angels starting pitcher. 0-7 this year despite a 4.41 ERA, and Rex, he has gone back and forth from rotation to the bullpen.
You know, he's a lot better than his record, so don't let that deceive you. In his 9 big league starts this year, his offense has just given him 15 runs of support. You know, they haven't scored more than 3 runs in any of his 9 starts this year. So look, you can't win as far as that record goes if you don't get any run support. He's a good pitcher with a 90 to 94 mile an hour fastball. He'll cut his fastball into righties. Slider, changeup, and a couple of screwballs he'll throw once in a while. That means he's taking a lot off of the pitch and turning his wrist over to make it go away from righties.
You also may have seen that last number on Hector Santiago, what he has done against Kansas City in 9 career games, 3 starts, a 1-0 record, and has only allowed 3 earned runs in 26 innings. So he's pitched against the Royals quite well. Those games were as a member of the Chicago White Sox. He was the 30th round pick of Chicago in 2006 out of Oskaloosa Community College in Florida. In there.
Lorenzo, in the last week or so in that leadoff spot, he's been very selective. He's taking more pitches. That's what you want in the leadoff role. See what the guy's got so you can tell the rest of them when you go back to the dugout.
Pops this one up right side. Drifting out is Kendrick to make the running catch near the foul line, and there's one down.
Angels defense, we're going to highlight Hank Conger. Conger is a very fine switch hitting catcher. He's thrown out 27% of runners. That's going to be good for Santiago if some guys get on base. Former #1 pick by them.
Santiago wanted time as he wanted to clean out his spikes. Got a little dirt.
Just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Now Eric Hosmer at 249. Strike one.
The Royals have, as an offense off of left-handers this year, they're hitting .242 with 13 homers. 17-13 is their record when facing left-handed starters.
Out of play, and Hosmer quickly down in the count 0-2. He is the one Royal who has taken Santiago deep. 3 for 11 with 1 home run. That's back up the middle and barehanded by Hector. He lobs it to first base, and there's 2 out.
One hopper, I'm sure Mike Socia doesn't want his lefty to barehand any ball back to him, but that one didn't have a lot of velocity on it. Pitching hands are very delicate. Bone bruises can take you out of a rotation and put you on the DL.
Royals won last night 8-6. They're now 41-38. The Tigers lost, so Royals right now within 3.5 games of first place in the Central.
They just keep playing the brand of ball they're playing. They're in every single game, even the ones that they've lost on this homestand.
You're right, Rex, because the last 9 games have been decided by 2 runs or less, and 5 by 1 run. And you see Billy's numbers in the month of June. He has a 5-game hit streak going.
Could see some rain showers during this game, starting to sprinkle a little bit here today, off and on. Overall, good baseball weather. Same wind as last night, blowing out to left.
In there, 1-2. Billy had a couple of hits last night, including a walk, single, a double.
Like he's off the grid a bit. Billy knows that strike zone pretty well. And so does home plate umpire Tim Welke in his 31st year as an umpire.
That shot down the right field line.
Easy, Billy, easy, easy. Oh boy.
I thought you were riding a stallion across the west to Fort Dodge.
Back up here now. Let's take that single. That's a beautiful piece of hitting there. Just waited till the last minute. A couple of strikes on him, wanted to shoot that ball down, and he found a hole. Keeping it alive.
You were pulling on the reins from the broadcast booth.
Well, you know, I'm hoping. Well, Rusty Kuntz does a good job of that at first base. Who's the first base coach? We've seen Billy try to stretch those into 2 and not be successful this year, so that's a wise decision.
Let Alex Gordon have a chance. Alex in an 0-for-17 slide that has seen his average go from the 290s to 277. Still hitting .319 this month.
235 off left-handers with 4 home runs out of his 9.
The rain beginning to fall here at the K, just barely, and the wind is coming out of the south-southeast about 15 miles an hour. So the umbrellas beginning to break out around Kauffman Stadium. There's a strike, and Alex down in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gordon and Perez are tied for the team lead in home runs with 9 each.
What a great showcase last night with over 35,000 here at the K for game 1 of this series. Passionate crowd, was entertained with a lot of runs, especially 7 runs in that 1 inning.
Broken bat, ground ball that goes foul, twisting towards the Angel dugout.
And the head of that bat went out in shallow right field. Howie Kendrick is going to go out and retrieve that. That went farther than the ball did. Nothing like a jam sandwich on a Saturday afternoon.
He's been coming in on Alex a lot in this at bat.
Do a little bit of yard work, pick up some lumber. Alex already has another one. See that big deep breath he took, exhale. That relieves the stress and helps you react quicker.
Again, Santiago comes inside on the Royals left fielder. Well, the word is that Santiago's tempo, rhythm, much better. They sent him down to AAA to work on just that because he was with a new ball club, wanted to prove himself, and was overthrowing. And consequently, his fastball was up. The rain really picking up now, and Gordon takes strike 3.
Trevor Vance and the grounds crew standing by.
Crew standing by just in case. We had rather heavy showers during the break. Now it's let up a little bit, and I think we're going to see that off and on much of this afternoon. Last time I checked, there was a 60% chance of rain this afternoon and 80% later tonight. So they definitely want to get this game in. This is the only time the Angels will be here this year. Yeah, now it picks up again.
Yeah, they can't play baseball in this, especially with Ventura and the power on his fastball. If he slips one time and hits somebody where he shouldn't hit him, that could end their career. Very dangerous situation here, and Wilkie knows it. He's going to stop play here. There's no chance. It's way too dangerous. Baseball is not made to play in the rain because that round ball does bad things to the flesh.
You know, it's kind of funny. Everybody's running off except Alex Gordon. He's heading out to the bullpen.
Why not? closest cover he can get, and he's not in any hurry either. Believe me, coming from the Midwest,
exactly.
He knows all about this weather. It kind of feels good to him.
Cooling him off. The Royals again with a record of 41-38, 3.5 games back of Detroit, and the Tigers are at Houston, and that is a afternoon game as well. A little later in the afternoon, that will be Max Scherzer against Dallas Keuchel. The Angels, meantime, are 4.5 games back of Oakland in the American League West. Angels 10 over 500, but Oakland won last night their game over Miami.
I'd like to see how Houston played the Tigers. They played them aggressively with Altuve stealing home on that throw to first base, a pickoff attempt, and then that walk-off. Hopefully they'll continue that momentum and take care of the Tigers today. Now all of a sudden Trevor Vance, he's talking to the umpires, and they stop putting the tarp on. Now Trevor Vance going to say, hey, roll it back up, boys. We got action.
So they'll do that as soon as the clouds just let out a rain shower that was pretty impressive. All of a sudden it kicked to the west because we told you the winds are blowing from the south-southeast. That's where our flags are just roaring out towards the northwest.
And I can tell you that Trevor Vance has that dirt conditioned nicely, where it can take and absorb a lot of rain. He's not too concerned about that. The concerns come with the pitcher's rubber and the home plate. Those are the two slickest parts and the two most important parts in the game of baseball.
Rex, would you like to see Yordano Ventura ask for a little diamond dust to be placed around the mound, because he's out throwing with Salvador Perez right now, but it's a little moist out on that hill?
Well, it's up to him. He's the one that's out there in those conditions. He's been around long enough to know. And he's pitched in the Dominican Republic. He grew up there where it rains almost every day. It's a tropical type atmosphere there. So if there's any kind of slippage out there, he'll be able to direct the ground screw on it. So here come his teammates. Ventura's going to be joined by him. Alex Gordon, he knew he could take a little chill pill in that bullpen out there.
Well, the young man has certainly been impressive in his rookie season. The Royals called him up last September. He pitched well in September, and then it is carried over in his first year. This is his 15th start, as you see head groundskeeper Trevor Vance on the phone, probably checking with the National Weather Service when's the next outburst on the way. And these guys are usually absolutely perfect meteorologists, groundskeepers around MLB.
They're the best in the world, these groundskeepers. They know everything about the weather. And, you know, it's can play havoc now. That downpour, the outfield grass will be wet. That's going to affect throws from the outfielders. So it's going to be a different game, and it can be won or lost by a misplay or a misthrown ball now that the surface is wet. So they're looking for some diamond dry now, as Tim Wilkie pointing to the mound. Trevor Vance's guys will bring their diamond dry outfits, just like you talked about.
Well, Mike Scioscia, a marvelous manager. He's taken his club to the postseason so many times and winning a world championship in 2002. His 6-game win streak is over after the Royals beat them last night, and so they have fallen 4.5 games back of the Oakland Athletics, who have the best record in the American League at 49-30. Now in the American League Central, Ned Yo's team is hanging in there, but the Royals 3-6 their last 9 games to go from a 1.5 lead over Detroit to 3.5 games back. Detroit lost in extra innings last night when Castro hit a walk-off home run. And now the Royals would like to have that success continue as they're 2-5 on this homestand.
Yeah, you know, former great Royal Mark Gubicza, he's a Hall of Famer for the Royals. I was talking to him before the game, and he said how beautiful it looks here in the Midwest. All the water, you know, that we've been blessed with out here. You know, everything's green. And where they are in Southern California experiencing a major drought, and everything is dry and hot. And he just talked about the memories that he had here and how beautiful the country is. And those wildflowers are starting to grow around the K.
We loved those last year. There is Gooby. Such a terrific competitor and part of the Royals' success in the mid-'80s when they won that world championship. Gooby was coming out of the pen for much of that time and then got in the starting rotation big time the next year. Well, Ventura, he was able to work a shutout first inning, giving up a single to the leadoff batter Calhoun, but got Trout in a fielder's choice, Pujols on a ground out, and Josh Hamilton struck him out swinging. Also a reminder, you see a lot of these athletes today. Next month in Fox's All-Star game, the Major League Baseball All-Star game. Trout will be there. Pujols likely to be there. And we're hoping Royals like Alex Gordon, Salvador Perez, Wade Davis, Greg Holland, who are having brilliant seasons for KC, will be there as well. We are ready for baseball. Sun trying to break through, but not there yet. And Ibar digs in. He was at the plate when Welke called time. Ibar, we told you, terrific numbers against the Royals in his career, a .347 average. He has never faced Ventura. There's a strike. Now, perhaps they faced each other in winter baseball because Ibar plays a lot in the Dominican Republic in the offseason, and so does Ventura.
That's very possible. Regardless, they know each other.
A tapper past Giordano. Infante, quick toss, gets Ibar for the first out.
Like we've seen Ventura do in his last 3 starts anyway. He's being able to take some pitches off of that blazing fastball. Throw him around 92, maybe 93, and then he'll go up the ladder. And he's getting a lot of hitters to hit the top of the ball, which is good. He's getting outs that way.
Now Howie Kendrick with his second hit on Tuesday past Bobby Grich on the franchise's all-time hits list by a second baseman.
Now it's coming back down.
1,107 in his career. Yep.
And when it comes down like that, the raindrops fall off of the bill of the hitter's helmet, which is just another distraction.
Yeah, you said that and eyelashes can really be problems for hitters.
Yeah. And the western kingbird that likes to feed out here. Those birds that fly around can be a distraction as well.
You wanted to talk about the western kingbird for weeks.
Well, last night they were out.
A little bit low, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
So the fact that there's been no Angels have faced Ventura before, Howie Kendrick was able to lay off that curve, so that's already gotten back to the dugout. And he's got a hammer. Lay off of it.
Came back with the fastball at 96, and Kendrick has always been an excellent fastball hitter, and he'll go foul line to foul line with his offense.
Hitters watch tapes before the game of the pitcher, but until you actually get in the box and face him game speed, it just gives you a little bit of tendencies on him. Another grounder.
Escobar. 2 outs. Well, fans, make sure to complete your set and come out to the Cave for the second bobblehead giveaway of the season, July 12th. The Royals host the Tigers, and the first 10,000 fans through the gates receive a Salvador Perez bobblehead courtesy of Hy-Vee and Farmland. Gates open at 4:30, so arrive early and get your bobblehead. Go to Royals.com or call 1-800-6-ROYALS now for tickets. And that is a special giveaway because I also understand Salvador is going to be signing some Royals caps. Like about 500 of those. So a lucky fan can get Salvi's signature.
Salvi very fresh.
Escobar in the backhand. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the second inning. Which active player posted highest OPS, on base plus slugging percentage, in his first 400 career games? Ryan Braun, Ryan Howard, Albert Pujols, or Joey Votto? Text A, B, C, or D to 432-432. We will give you the answer later in the game.
My guess would be Albert.
Because he's playing?
No, because he's got tremendous hitting skills.
Well, all four of those guys have very good hitting skills.
They do, but he has placed himself above the others, especially early in his career.
Now, we don't want you to sway the public.
It may not be right. That's just my guess.
So what you're saying is you may be swaying them the incorrect way.
Simply giving my opinion.
Salvador Perez, 3 hits in 4 at-bats last night. He's upped his average to .288. Pops it up foul territory. That will drop beyond the reach of Cole Calhoun. And check him out in the month of June as we take a look at our Toyota League leaders. Altuve hitting .410. Salvador Perez at .360. Santiago's last start was 12 days ago. I told you he's been shuttled back and forth in and out of the rotation. Last pitched on June 22nd, but that was out of the bullpen and only got 1 out. Again on the hands. Boy, he's coming inside on both righties and lefties.
Yeah, he needs to. That's going to open up the outside part of the plate, especially to the righties. He's facing more righties that are in that lineup. Come inside, throw that change up, that little screwball away to get him out.
Salvi goes center field. Trout comes on to make the catch. He hit it too hard. A little softer, and it drops in the green in front of him. But Rex, it's interesting what you just brought up. You're talking about his screwball, and that was a pitch that was taught to him by former Milwaukee left-hander Angel Miranda, where he just kind of turns over his changeup, holds it with the same grip, I understand.
Yep, that last-minute pronation, he just kind of rolls it over a little bit, and that's a field pitch. As he gets along now, he's thrown 24 pitches. He's starting to gauge what pitches are going to work for him this afternoon, or what he hopes will work for him.
They need his success. Their rotation has been very, very sharp, but they're looking for that 5th guy.
The Angels need some production from Salvi and Infante against left-handed hitters. Salvi just hitting 200 coming in, and Infante 197. So they haven't been able to hook up with the lefties so far this year.
Trout again. 2 line drives, 2 well struck, but right at Trout, and 2 out. Hey fans, don't miss your chance to grab a special edition Charlie Hustle brand t-shirt on Friday the 11th of July when the Royals take on the Tigers. For a limited time only, fans can purchase a special ticket package that includes a ticket to the game, a Royals Charlie Hustle t-shirt, and you can only get this one-of-a-kind shirt by purchasing the Charlie Hustle ticket package. Just go to Royals.com/Charlie Hustle right now to learn more. 2 out, nobody on. Danny Valencia. Valencia is one of those guys that has always hit left-handers well, and that's why he is in the lineup, and Moustakas sitting.
295 this year off of lefties, 1 homer.
Santiago hitting that strike zone. He's thrown 29 pitches. Only 4 have missed the zone. It's off the glove of Freese and rolls into shallow left center field. That should be a base hit for Danny. It is a base hit.
Going good. You want third baseman to come get every ball he can. So Ibar's not going to have a problem with that. Valencia runs pretty well. If Ibar gets it on that second big hop, he might have beat it out anyway. Hank Conger, you can see him. He wants that ball letter high. Didn't happen.
Well, Maxwell, a guy with plenty of power. And again, that wind is roaring out towards left, so if he can get underneath one, he can give the Royals the lead. And Justin, 2 years ago, hit 18 home runs in one season in very limited number of at-bats for the Houston Astros. Traded to Kansas City, had a lot of success at the K.
Maxwell's last home run was the last game of the season here at the K, the walk-off grand slam. So he's due.
Down the line, Freese backhands his throw in time. Maxwell is out, so are the Royals. We head to the third inning. We'll have a chance to visit with Brandon Finnegan, the Royals' first-round pick that they signed today. Brandon Finnegan, Royals first-round pick, first pick in that Major League Baseball draft a couple of weeks ago. He signed today after his team performed in the College World Series. They would not win, but Finnegan pitched extremely well for TCU this year, and he now joins us in the broadcast booth with my partner Rex Hudler. Brandon, good to have you aboard. So
thank you for having me.
Tell me what takes place now after you sign.
I leave Monday for Wilmington.
Monday for Wilmington.
Yes,
wow,
sir.
that's going to be another good team, and you'll have some good competition there.
I'm real excited to go. I mean, waiting around after the World Series kind of got me anxious, so I'm glad I'm here and finally signed.
What was your experience like to the College World Series this year?
Oh, it was a lot of fun. I mean, the atmosphere around is what made it so much fun. I mean, obviously being there is a dream for any D1 college player. So, I mean, that fulfilled a dream. I got to pitch in the big park just like this. So hopefully I'm up here soon, though.
Hey, you know, when I watched one of your games this year, towards the end was that play at the plate that he tried to score, and you were up there, you were in the rundown, and I saw something I really liked. I know we like your pitches, but your passion, your energy, you jumped. And I'm watching this at a place, and I jumped. I got excited, too, just to see your energy. How are you going to be able to harness that when you get out there on the bump in the big leagues? Of course, you don't know yet, but how did you do this past year with it?
I mean, I did great with it. I mean, I'm an emotional guy. You know, I love baseball, and it means a lot to me. So when a big play like that happens, I kind of lose it a little bit. I kind of get excited. I mean, it's tough not to, but I think I can control it here. So I mean, I'm ready. I'm just ready to start pitching, honestly.
Growing up in Texas, right there in Fort Worth, what was that like? What was your upbringing like?
Well, it was awesome. I mean, I went to the same high school my dad did. He got drafted out of high school and then went to TCU, and I did the exact same thing. He's a left-handed pitcher, so it was awesome going to the same places he's played at.
Did he teach you any of the pitches that you have now?
Really, I mean, growing up, I had a fastball and curveball, but once I got to college, I changed to a slider. So, I mean, he taught me the fastball.
So you go 4-seam, 2-seam?
More 2-seam than I do 4-seam. When I go into right-handers, when I go 4-seam, but more of a 2-seam, so I just let the run do the job.
What type of velocity are the fans going to see from you?
You know, I live around about 92, 95, but I've been up to 98 before, so I can get up there when I need it. But I realized once I got the slider I found this summer, all I needed is just throw strikes at 92, 95, and if I need to crank one up, I will.
Have they told you what your role is going to be when you get down there?
Right now, I think it's starting. I mean, they haven't really told me exactly what yet, but I'm guessing starting.
Hank Conger just grounded out, so 2 outs in the inning. Could you tell us what it has been like? You mentioned the whirlwind. I mean, you have to finish the semester. You're in the playoffs. Your family, your TCU family as well, and then you finish up in the College World Series, and then you immediately are thinking about, I've got to get with the Royals.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. Honestly, I mean, the best time to play in college is postseason. You don't have to worry about school. You don't have to worry about anything but going to practice, and, you know, you get per diem, too, so that's awesome. You get money to play, so.
What did you study?
I was a criminal justice major. So, I mean, I don't know what I was going to do with it because I was looking forward to playing pro baseball. But, I mean, that was an easy choice for me. I took a lot of criminal justice classes, and I did well in them. So,
Brandon, who were your mentors growing up, whether it's mom and dad or coaches along the way?
It was definitely my dad. I mean, he was the baseball guy in our family. Me and my brother both play baseball. So, I mean, he was a left-handed pitcher, too. So, he kind of taught me everything. Like, he's the one that got me into pitching.
How about any players that were your heroes when you were growing up?
Growing up, man, I mean, when I was growing up, I was still watching David Price and all them pitch. So, I mean, he's one of my favorite guys to watch pitch. I mean, he's a bulldog on the mound, and that's how I am.
Cole Calhoun gets his second hit of the afternoon, a single in the first and now a double here with 2 out in the third inning with Mike Trout coming up. All right, let's say you're up there first time in the big leagues. You've got a guy Calhoun at second base, and you're facing Mike Trout, who is arguably the best player in the world. How are you going to pitch to him?
Oh, man, that's hard. Well, he hits everything. so I'd probably, I mean, my best pitch right now is my slider. It's obviously my out pitch, and I'd probably throw some sliders to him, honestly. I mean, he crushed that fastball yesterday, and that ball went a long way. So.
Did you get a chance to be here last night?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you saw and felt the energy at the K here.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. Awesome.
I know we're extremely excited to have you. It's a pocket ball here.
Safe.
First and third.
Pocket ball means put it in your pocket. Yeah, but it's a good try. Valencia, he's been playing a nice third base.
So now Albert Pujols will come up as Trout reaches on the infield hit.
A lot of pitchers that come in, whether you have a high ceiling or not so high, a lot of them start out in the bullpen. So I'm sure that once you get acclimated to pro ball this year, that they'll be able to find a slot for you, and you'll find your own slot, regardless of what happens. But a lot of them start in the pen when they get up here.
I mean, honestly, that's fine with me. I don't care what I do. I mean, it's whatever they want me to do. But because I've pitched in both roles, I've come out of the pen, I've started. I mean, I love doing both. Whatever gets me up here the fastest, I'm definitely going to do.
And you know what's interesting? You're about the same size as our left-hander, Jason Vargas. I wasn't sure if you met him.
That's what I was told.
Have you had a chance to go in the clubhouse yet?
I went in the clubhouse right after I signed, so I got to go in there a little bit, meet all the coaches and everything. So it was a great experience.
What has this experience been like for your mom and dad?
I think it's taking a toll on my mom's feelings, honestly. I mean, I'm the youngest in the family, so it's kind of hurting her a little bit that I'm leaving. But I mean, I think she'll be fine.
Just beyond Infante into right center field. That will score Calhoun, and Trout goes to third. So 1-0. The Angels take the early lead.
Pujols is able to fight that jam shot off. He coming in just hitting a $189 with the runner in scoring position. Infante looked like he just got a piece of it. Couldn't quite glove it.
So you'll be off for Wilmington, and that is a terrific rotation already with who they have there, a left-hander that the Royals drafted in the first round last year, and Sean Manaea. He will be your teammate as well. Hunter Dozier was there. He was just promoted.
Promoted double A. I played against Hunter, so that guy can hit.
Pujols advances on the ball in the dirt, so all of a sudden a dangerous situation here at the K with the Angels having runners on second and third with 2 outs. So Ventura's got to somehow get Josh Hamilton out.
Salvi did a nice job. You can't always control where it's going to bounce, but I know Mike Scioscia was holding his breath. Albert trying to take a base there with 2 outs. Salvi had to make a perfect throw on that. It wasn't.
A swing and a miss. He got him on off-speed pitches in that curveball as well in the first inning when he struck out Hamilton swinging. Well, you'll have a good defense down there in Mondesi, and you'll also have a good defender in center field in Bubba Starling.
Yeah.
But I wanted you right up to this pitch. Hamilton swings and pops it up.
All right.
I was going to ask you about Dozier, but you already told us he's a pretty good hitter.
No, he's a good hitter.
Brandon Finnegan, thank you very much, and good luck in Wilmington. Get here as quickly as you can.
Look forward to seeing you again, Brandon, real soon, buddy.
Me too.
That's Royals first-round pick, Brandon Finnegan. A legacy seat while at Staley High School. Allie founded the Blackout Childhood Cancer Relay Run that benefits the Children's Mercy Hospital Oncology Unit. A relay race conducted prior to a select football game each year. Over $6,000 has been raised for the hospital, and wanting to help those who are less fortunate, Allie has also hosted a shoe drive for adolescents and has been a leader in a number of organizations aimed at helping her community. Allie, way to go. We head to the bottom of the third inning. The Angels with a 1-0 lead. The third inning was an absolute dream for the Royals last night as they scored 7 times, sending 11 men to the plate. And Escobar was the guy who got them started with a double off the wall over the head of Josh Hamilton.
Esky hitting .290 with 1 homer out of his 2.
He took a mighty rip on a 2-0 count, and now it's 2-1.
Yep, pitching backwards a little bit. He got the changeup. Hank Conger, he knows what hitters look for. 2-0 fastball. He doesn't even give it to him.
He'll drop that one into left center field. That's a base hit. Escobar stops at first base. He might be going. He had a couple of steals last night. Now 20 for 21 on the season.
Always had a high percentage over his last 3 years. Been solid because he picks the right pitches to go on. Very smart base stealer. He doesn't just go out there and run. Tries to pick a breaking ball, change up, something down. And lots of times that's a guessing game. However, there are ways that base runners are able to find out a breaking ball. You get 2 or 3 steps off the base and you peek into the catcher, and you see, if you see more than one finger without a runner on second base, you know it's more likely you're going to get a breaking ball, so you run. Sometimes when you're stealing off a lefty especially, you take off the minute he lifts his foot. They call that go on first movement. And then you continue. You don't stop after they throw behind you. You just keep going, and sometimes you can rip the bag off.
Kane very late.
From the stretch, it looks like Santiago is throwing across his body. So that's a little deceptive angle that guys aren't used to seeing.
Way out of control. This will get Escobar into scoring position. And Santiago slapped his leg on that one. And Rex, he is an emotional guy. Wonderful personality, but still a young age. Just 26 years old, and as soon as he threw that ball away and it got back to the screen and he lost the double play, he smacked his glove against his leg. We were told by some of the Angel personnel, if he gets upset, he can get off kilter, whether it's the umpire's call or his mistake or a defensive play that is not made behind him.
Lorenzo Cain, right man, right spot, hitting .373 with runners in scoring position. Likes to drop that ball in what his teammates call the low Cain triangle.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Santiago sent a fastball right at the knees. Lorenzo popped up his first time. Very strong with runners in scoring position this year, hitting .373.
Okay, the low Cain triangle is right here. Just anywhere out there beyond the infield. His teammates get a charge out of that whenever he dumps one out there. 2 strikes. Want to be swinging anything close. At least try to move the runner over. Good swing. Had an inside out swing.
Fans, you can vote for the Royals Player of the Month at rallyhouse.com/Royals, and you will be entered to win a majestic prize pack from Rally House.
We've seen the Royals. They really get ignited after 1 hit. Sometimes we've been seeing them jump on that pitcher and just pass that hitting baton around. Santiago doesn't like Escobar getting that big a lead. There's not any Angels player that's near him. Now, after that, Santiago stepped off and looked into the Angel dugout, and Dino Ebel, the infield instructor, moved Ibar closer to Escobar because he'll steal third if you let him go.
Cain, though, swings and misses and strikes out. Royals really need Eric Hosmer to pick things up. Just hitting .179 coming into today's play on this homestand, and 1 for 6 in the series. Pops it up, shallow center. Trout there, and Santiago continues to make good pitches in tough situations. He's allowed 3 singles, 1 hit in each of the 3 innings, but working around jam after jam, and now it'll be a lefty versus righty with Santiago facing Billy Butler. Santiago really tried to tie up Billy inside on the hands, and then Billy was able to fight one off and just roll it down the first base line for a single, his first time up.
He's a well-balanced hitter. Royals fans know Billy, and that'll tell you right there where his hits go.
The infield is playing him for a slight pull. Kendrick pulled way over at second base. Billy now with a 6-game hit streak. Foul. Billy a little late on that last fastball. If Santiago makes a mistake and he can get it airborne again, that wind picking up and roaring out towards left. Conger comes out for a visit with his starting pitcher. Billy had a little bit of rain and a delay of about 5 minutes. Didn't last long. They rolled the tarp out, and as soon as they were getting ready to cover the infield, rain stopped, and Tim Welke said, "Let's go." So they rolled it back up, put her away.
In order to do that in a quick fashion, you got to have a bunch of guys. And Trevor Vance, he has a great grounds crew. They are all schooled in that tarp.
Now, this is a different Santiago than many teams have seen, but he's always had a lot of success against the Royals. We told you that we saw him with the Chicago White Sox, went 4-9 last year, but had an ERA of 3.5. He was a key acquisition for the Angels in the offseason. Billy sends one high in the air, deep to right center. Trout is back, and he gets there in right center field for the final out of the third. Royals baseball is brought to you by Panera, coming soon to College and King in Overland Park. And by your Midwest Ford dealer. Visit us at yourmidwestforddealers.com. Fans, you can cheer on Gold Glove winner Alex Gordon in his special fans section. Gordo Nation. Get a new limited edition Gordo Nation t-shirt and a seat near Alex in left field for just $35. Ibar goes after the first pitch he sees, pops up to right, and Infante will take care of that. He's one down.
You know, talking about last night's crowd.
I just need to finish this, Hud.
Oh, sorry.
Your next chance to be a part of Gordo Nation is July 10th when the Royals take on the Tigers. Join your fellow Royals fans and Rex Hudler and support all-star left fielder Alex Gordon. Get your tickets now at Royals.com/Gordo Nation. Now you may continue.
Yeah, and, you know, there was some Angel fans that had kids that were playing in baseball tournaments in the Midwest up here, so they came on in and watched the game here last night. And talking to them after the game, they said, wow, your fans here are passionate. They have energy.
There's a base hit to left field by Howie Kendrick. Likely will get 2 with his speed. And Gordon brings it to the cutoff man, Escobar.
And they were amazed at the big board, the fountains, the fireworks show they put on here. And it was a great showing last night. And today is a pretty good, nice crowd here today.
And just the way the Royals won, trailing 2-0, coming back to score 7 runs and win it 8-6.
That's a nice swing on a curveball down. Howie Kendrick, he's having a solid season this year.
His last 2 pitches went from 98 miles an hour to 76, so good adjustment by Kendrick, who batted close to 300 last year. And now it's C.J. Cron, who belted 2 home runs last night, 1 to left, 1 to right. And this guy's been on fire with a 6-game hit streak with 5 home runs in that week.
That was a good pitch, although you don't want to see it up that high close to the head. But pitching inside with that velocity on his fastball, that'll get the hitter's attention.
Overthrew that one. And Salvi might be pounding his fist and letting him know you got underneath. You may have heard Jeff Montgomery talking about Yordano Ventura when Dave Island, the pitching coach for the Royals, got him back downhill, taking less, maybe a little bit of velocity off, but commanding his fastball much better. And he's able to get that one across at 97 for a strike. Well, the rain must be coming because Trevor has him right behind that tarp. There's a big cloud headed this way.
And that can be dangerous for starting pitchers because Ventura's all heated up, Santiago's all loose and everything. And then when you hit a delay, if there's a delay of any length at all, that could end the day for these guys.
There's a base hit to center field, and Cron is on, and he has stretched his hit streak now to 7 consecutive games. Just heard some thunder behind us, and it's coming this way. There's a stretch. We're just checking out the radar as you see Cron single to center field.
Yeah, now Howie Kendrick, if he'd have known where the infielders were playing, he would have reacted immediately and scored that run.
So Ventura, who has already been able to get 6 groundouts, would love to get one here. Freese does not run that well. He was able to strike him out swinging first time up. David only hitting .228 with a couple of home runs and 18 RBIs, but he was a little beaten up early with injuries. Base hit left field. Kendrick will score. It's 2-0 Angels.
Hey, Howie Kendrick, he got off the hook there by that base hit. Had he ground into a double play, that would have been a run that would have been taken off the board because he didn't score on that base hit. Ventura can be hit like any other pitcher if he's out over the middle of that plate. Righties have hit .259 with 3 homers. Lefties .237 with 4 homers.
Angels with 1 in the 3rd, now 1 in the 4th for Hank Conger, the number 9 hitter. And he pops it up on the first pitch. Escobar there. 2 outs. Royals were able to rally from a 2-0 deficit last night, and we're still early in this one. Royals will have the 4, 5, 6 hitters coming up in the bottom half of the 4th, and Gordon, Perez, and Infante. Cole Calhoun is 2 for 2. He singled his first time up, doubled his second time up, and scored on Albert Pujols' flare over the head of Omar Infante in right center field. That drove him in.
Like Calhoun's style of play. He's a scrappy ball player. He's aggressive. May not be a real tall, big guy, but he's got some power. Likes to go gap to gap, but he likes to put his nose to the grindstone. He's a worker.
26 years of age, out of Buckeye, Arizona. Played his college baseball at ASU. Well, he reared back at 100 miles an hour and just threw that fastball right by him. 0-2. Now he wants to finish him off. Most lefties don't like fastballs above the belt, but they really don't like it with this kind of velocity. So he goes back there, and the pitch is fouled back.
There's a little Ventura Highway, 101. Highway in Southern California.
Eleven of his pitches have been above 95 miles an hour. He's gone back to back at 100 and 101, and Calhoun takes a strike 3 right down Broadway. Well, he saw the high heat, took the last one, but the Angels score a run to take a 2-0 lead.
Ooh, man, that changeup can be filthy.
Out and the wind roaring from the south-southeast about 15-20 miles an hour, and StubHub is the place to go to find great seats with your StubHub app. You can scan your tickets with your mobile phone, and there's no need to print from home, so get the app today. The Angels have scored a run in the third, a run in the fourth, and now in the bottom of the fourth inning, Hector Santiago will face a lefty in Gordon, and then a couple of right-handers in Salvador Perez and Omar Infante. That's shot down the line. That should be 2. Alex trots into second base.
22nd double. He'll take it. That'll break that little mini slump he's been in. Fastball right over the middle. It was an 0 for 18 drought before that hit.
Well, our meteorologist Joel Goldberg is with groundskeeper Trevor Vance. What do you got, Joel?
Well, they're keeping an eye on the radar, of course, like they always do. And I think the words were, it's not looking promising. It is just starting to sprinkle down here right now. And the worst of the storms, or at least a good chunk of them, are missing us just a little bit to the east. But there's still a lot coming. And in all likelihood, it's going to be here any moment now. And there's a good chance that they're going to be coming off the field. The tarp's going to be going on. But I guess the good news is that there's some really nasty stuff that has missed us, but there's still a lot in the area. So expecting some delays down here.
Well, what do you say the Royals take the lead here, then head to the 5th inning with the advantage while we can? But right now it is Salvador Perez, the batter. He lined out his first time up. Royals unable to advance Escobar after he was at second with nobody out. And Santiago tried to jam him inside. He's been very effective coming in with that fastball. Back to back, hard inside to Perez, and that will even the count at 2-2.
He's got that slider. He's going to work in, along with the changeup. Pitching inside makes those other pitches look a lot better.
I just went ooh as we saw a lightning bolt. Go ahead, Joel.
Well, Fizz, you can watch, both of you guys and everybody at home, just take a look and watch. After every pitch, you'll see crew chief Tim Welke, who's behind the plate, looking over here down the first base side in between every pitch at Trevor Vance, looking for a thumbs up or a thumbs down. It should be happening any moment now.
There's the screwball. That was a beauty. That's what pitching inside effectively can do to your secondary pitches. Get the hitter looking in, then you go screwball away. Perfect recipe for off balance.
Welke looking over at Trevor Vance, but the Royals' inability to advance their runners has cost them. Escobar got to second base with nobody out in the third and could not advance, where an out could score him, and Gordon led off this inning with a double, and Perez unable to advance him. Infante lined out to center field, his first time up.
Infante got his average over 300 with runners in scoring position, now at 310.
Santiago, one of the key pieces that the Angels acquired in the offseason, was a big 3-team deal in December. And the key guys, Trumbo to Arizona, Adam Eaton to Chicago, and Tyler Skaggs from Arizona to the Angels, along with Santiago from the White Sox to the Angels. Foul, 2-1. The Kansas City Honda dealers MTP of the game yesterday was Omar Infante with this grand slam. Had gone 4,400 at bats in his big league career without one, and he got a big one last night. 2-2. Boy, Santiago really hitting his spots.
It's a great sight.
Mom brought the big umbrella. And Santiago strikes out both Salvador Perez and Omar Infante, with Gordon at second base unable to advance him. So it's up to Danny Valencia to bring him home.
Sneaky. That's what they call a pitcher like him. Hitters go back to dugout going, you know what, he may not be throwing hard, but he's sneaky quick. That's because of the deception involved with his delivery. Fans are well schooled on the weather here in the Midwest. They know they're in for some moisture.
Casey 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position today, and most have come in the last 2 innings. All have come in the last 2 innings. Gordon started this inning with the double, but Perez and Infante struck out. Boy, he has really upset the Royals hitters' timing. Trevor ready, but Jim Welke might be trying to get through this inning. Danny continues to try and dry off his bat, trying to get that sweet part of the bat to strike that baseball, and Santiago has not allowed that to happen very often in this game. In there 2-2, and when the Royals have squared it up, they've hit it to the wrong guy. Mike Trout has caught 2 lineouts that started the second, and then robbed Billy Butler of an extra base hit in the 3rd inning by going deep to right center. Out of play.
Okay, borderline pitches with rain on the way, they'll be called, so hitters got to be a little bit leery, especially with 2 strikes.
There's been so much of a downpour that Danny Valencia about every 5 seconds trying to dry off his bat. And hopefully Santiago will make a mistake where Danny can drive it just low, and Santiago thought he had strike 3, started walking off towards the Angels dugout. Danny looked up and got a face full of rain and then grinned and wiped it off. You gotta love baseball.
You don't love it necessarily in these conditions.
Well, he hails from Florida, and they get a lot of rain, and you never know when it's going to be there. Santiago drying off his pitching hand and ready to go with a count of 3-2. And the Royals' 3rd baseman. Calhoun is back, and Cole Calhoun will pull it down. We are through 4. The Angels have a 2-0 lead over the Royals. And they're going to cover the field. We expected that because more rain on the way. We took a look at the radar. So we'll take a break, come back. With the Angels 2 runs on 7 hits. The Royals no runs on 4 hits. Brought to you by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. Well, they have covered the field. The tarp is on. They're playing that song from the 1970s, Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head, which takes us down to the guy who has been receiving most of the moisture, Joel Goldberg.
Well, how about that for an introduction, Fizz? Thanks. Everybody has gone from the dugout except for, it looks like, outfield coach Rusty Kuntz and Yordano Ventura. Field looks fine for now, just a little bit wet, but they've got it covered now. Hopefully this weather will get out of here pretty soon and we'll get going again, and we'll see what it does for the pitching. If it's not that long of a delay, maybe we see both of these guys back out here, but that remains to be seen. And Fizz, you might have thought that was a lot of fun with that long delay and all the water and the mud flying all over the place. But I could tell you that the grounds crew here, Trevor Vance and his guys, were getting a bit antsy. Their number one goal here is to take care of this field, keep it dry, and have it in playable condition. And kind of Murphy's Law, I would think of a grounds crew there, that the rain is coming and it is starting to pick up and get nasty. And they're trying to get through this one more batter, and he's going to start fouling off pitch after pitch after pitch. We've got lightning coming here right now, and it's going to start to pick up again. Kind of died down a little bit, but picking up again. So they'll have this thing covered, they'll get it ready, and at some point we'll have baseball coming up again. But I know, Fizz, that you're having fun up there in that dry booth. But you know what? I know if Hud were down here, he'd be having fun with me in the rain.
Hey, we would all be. There is no I in team, but there is cover on me.
Better believe that. Cover it up. Hopefully it doesn't last too long and we don't get Ventura out of the game.
We are through 4 innings at the K, as the Angels have scored a single run in the third, a single run in the fourth off Yordano Ventura. So the Angels through 4 lead KC 2-0. And right now we'll go to Boys in the Hall. going to tell you it was well struck. I was at the 1973 All-Star game at Royal Stadium and saw Johnny Bench absolutely crush one, but I didn't know until years later what the distance was, and it was estimated at 480 feet. And of course, Bo Jackson's that Joel talked about, 475-foot shot in 1986. Well, Bruce Chen, he will get the call for Kansas City. He opened the year in Kansas City's rotation, going 1-2 over 4 starts. He is a veteran, yes, of 10 major league teams, and he is 46-41 since joining the Royals in 2009. And Rex, what can we expect from Chen tonight?
Well, it's been a long time since he towed the slab, April 24th. And really, he's playing on house money right here. I mean, he comes in with a 2-0 lead. It's just in the 5th inning. You know, losing 2-0. But Bruce is going to do his thing. He's going to change speeds. He's a little bit below the hitting speed. It's not a bad opportunity for Ned to use him. He's stretched out. He should be able to eat up 3 or 4 innings. Hopefully they won't get to him. Typical Bruce. Fastball, changeup, curveball, slider. He's going to mix them all in and try to keep him under the bats.
Well, this was 1 year ago when he was called out of the bullpen to start in July, and he had a magnificent run last year. He finished 9-4 with a 3.27 ERA, but his first 6 starts were tremendous, a 0.93 ERA and a 144 batting average against from July 12th through August 13th. And we're hoping to see that kind of Chen, because he does a great job of upsetting a hitter's timing.
Sure does. If he's on, he'll be getting a lot of pop-ups.
Well, he'll be tested right away because he will see Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, and Josh Hamilton.
That's right.
Pretty good trio.
Welcome back, Bruce.
The Angels at 44-34. They had a 6-game win streak end last night when the Royals knocked them off 8-6. Trout takes the first pitch high, ball 1. Mike is 1 for 2 in the game, reached on an infield hit in the 3rd inning. And he took a mighty rip at that pitch, and it's a 1-1 count as he fouled it straight back. Right now the temperature is 69 degrees. The winds continue to blow out of the south-southeast.
Mix them up. 3-hour, 58-minute rain delay.
But we're still here and still excited to watch baseball, and some of the faithful remained. Some had to go home, get their barbecue started, and get the kids home for a nap. Because we started at 1 o'clock earlier today and got 4 innings in before the rains came. Bruce has a 3-2 count on Mike Trout. Trout, an incredible talent out of Millville, New Jersey. Angels first-round pick several years ago. Now it's still just 22. And a swing and a miss. And Bruce Chen gets his first man by striking him out.
And just using fastballs. He showed you his hot zone, and it was not there. It's down and out over the plate. And Bruce has everything to gain and nothing to lose out of this here. Like he did last year when he started starting. You mentioned all those great numbers that he had. He can do the same thing. This guy's a professional. He understands himself. He's not going to go out there and try to invent pitches or do anything wrong or anything that he's not used to doing.
Yeah, Dave Island, the pitching coach for the Royals, has always said about Chen, he must establish his fastball early to speed up his bats. And Pujols with 4 hits, 2 of them home runs.
There's some 85 that Albert was behind.
He will cut his fastball, throw a breaking ball. He'll drop down sidearm. Comes over the top here, but Pujols a little off with his time at 81 miles an hour. And the count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes.
This could be a lot tougher for hitters than you would think, even though Bruce is not going to get anywhere near 90 miles an hour with his fastball. It's a little bit below the hitting speed that they're used to.
Well, Pujols gets this one and hits it pretty well left center field, but Gordon back near the warning track to pull it down for the second out. Chen will get a lot of fly ball outs because of his off-speed pitches and his ability to upset a hitter's timing.
Yep, he was off the end of the bat. Pitch was away, out of the meat of the plate. Now Bruce waits for his infielders to shift over.
3 on the right, 1 on the left for Josh Hamilton, who takes a breaking ball for ball 1. Rex, what's it like to get ready for a game at 1 o'clock, then get the long delay? I mean, a ball player has only so much focus.
Yeah, well, you let it all go. When the rain comes, you just go back, hang out. I'm sure the guy doesn't have pop-up right there.
On the left side, Chen wants it, and Bruce Chen will take it. You rarely see that in Major League Baseball. Maybe in Little Leagues, where the best athlete is usually on the mound, and Escobar shifted way over towards second base. He says, I got it, get out of my way.
1, 2, 3.
Three-hour and 58-minute rain delay. Bruce Chen went 1-2-3 with the Angels in the 5th, and now in the bottom of the inning we will see a local guy, Michael Morin, out of Shawnee Mission South High School, Royals 40th round pick in 2009. He did not sign. He accepted a scholarship at the University of North Carolina, pitched very well there, drafted by the Angels, and now he said he has waited forever for this opportunity to pitch in this ballpark. And he said it didn't matter if it was against the Royals or against the Royals. And there is his dad, Greg Morin, with the camera.
Yep, nobody more nervous than Greg. Trying to capture every moment here. It's a great opportunity. Mike Scioscia, he knows where his players are from. He knew this was going to be a nice opportunity. So when he went down his list of available pitchers, he said, Michael, I'm going to give you the ball. So that's good. He didn't have overnight or think about it, you know, or any of that. So, you know, you just say, hey, I'm the guy. He throws low to mid 90s with his fastball, slider, and a couple of different changeups that he'll throw.
Well, he is a very good pitcher with a 1-1 record this year and a 1.37 ERA in 25 games.
Looks like he short arms the ball a little bit.
Justin Maxwell will swing and miss, and it is a 1-1 count. Morin has an exceptional changeup. As a matter of fact, named by Baseball America as having the best changeup and control in the entire Angels system.
Yeah, he's got two different kinds. One's going to go a little bit away from righties, and one will go away from lefties. He just changes it by his grip.
2-1. Maxwell grounded out in inning number 2. He's getting the opportunity against the left-handers, and when a right-hander starts, the Royals go with Gerard Dyson in center field, moving Lorenzo Cain over to right, and that's worked out well.
For that fastball.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Justin started with the big club, then was sent down when he wasn't getting very much playing time. Hit .316 with 5 home runs, 18 RBIs, playing every day at AAA in Omaha. Didn't mean to do it, but he went trying to check his swing, and he is a strikeout victim.
Yep. There's the changeup. That's his finish off pitch. He'll use that anytime, righties or lefties. Sometimes you don't see right-handers throw changeups to righties because the ball breaks into them. A little bit easier to hit a ball coming in than it is going away. Good pitch. So by watching that first hitter and never seen Morin pitch before, look early for strikes. Orioles want to go out there and look early for fastballs.
Is that similar to last night, their strategy against Matt Shoemaker?
That's right.
Don't put yourself in a count where you'll see that split finger.
Yep.
Escobar takes strike 1. Esky singled his first time up. Singled to left field, went to second base in a wild pitch, but the Royals could not advance him. Center field and Trout. 2 outs. Matter of fact, the Royals had a rough time advancing runners in innings 3 and 4 against starting pitcher Hector Santiago. Twice they had a runner at second base with no one out and could not move him even to third. So the batter will be Lorenzo Cain. Cain 0 for 2 with a pop-up and strikeout. And he takes a rip on the first pitch and hits it sharply, but right to Howie Kendrick, who dives and makes a fine play to throw him out. So much like Bruce Chen, Michael Morin in his first game at Kauffman Stadium, 3 up, 3 down. Nothing lead over the Royals in the top of the 6th inning. Jeremy Guthrie will start for Kansas City tomorrow afternoon against the Angels. C.J. Wilson very well on Monday, beating the Dodgers 5-3.
If he's anything like that, the Angels could be in for some trouble.
C.J. Wilson at 8-6. Guthrie looking for a 500 record at 6-6. And here is Ibar trying to bunt his way on, but bunts foul. Strike one.
Not a bad idea. Right-handed Ibar's hitting 242. Left-handed 303.
Ventura got the start for Kansas City. Gave up those single runs in the third and fourth inning. Went 4. But then after the 4 hours, they needed to get him out of there. Same thing for Hector Santiago. Ground ball up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Escobar, you might think, well, why didn't he dive? But no reason to with Ibar's speed.
Bruce, he'll throw over to first base. A lot of base stealers will go on first movement on him. So then it's up to Hosmer to complete the play by throwing it to second base.
And Bruce does have a good pickoff move. He was tied for second in the American League with 5 pickoffs last year, and has 25 since 2009. Howie Kendrick doubled his his second time up, and scored their second run on the base hit by David Freese. Giordano hung a breaking ball, and Howie didn't miss, wrapped it into the left field corner. Royals want to stay close to this Angel outfit. They have a marvelous offense, very good starting rotation, but they do not have a strong bullpen. Morin has their lowest ERA. They did make the trade for Jason Grilli yesterday, and we likely will see him later. 3-0. We had a good crowd back around 1 o'clock. A lot of the faithful still here, but a lot of fans heading home with the 4-hour rain delay, and there is ball 4. So 2 on for the Angels with C.J. Cron coming up, who has been on fire.
This guy's name has been mentioned in some trade rumors with the Angels. A lot of teams want him. They like his power.
Good, strong, powerful hitter. Tore up the minor leagues last year, hit 14 home runs at Double-A.
Cron hitting 385 with runners in scoring position.
He has 8 home runs this year, and 5 of them have come in the last 6 games. Hit 2 yesterday, one that went 415 feet into the left field seats, and the other into the right field seats about 400 feet. A ball and a strike.
Cron has ground into 5 double plays.
They continue to clean up the K after we had over an inch of rainfall here.
Hope those flowers grow out there.
That'll get out of play. Advantage Chen at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yep. Safe to say hitters will be out in front of Bruce's breaking balls.
You know that Bruce would love to get the double play, but he is an extreme fly ball pitcher.
Let's try to keep it in the yard.
Time called. Chen with the pickoff and safe. Barely getting back in time, and Fonte tried to snap that tag down.
Yeah, Ibar looked like he was toying with Bruce a little bit. He was dancing off of that base, trying to get in the back of his mind, and almost found himself picked off.
Love to see Cron again takes a shot at right field and fouls it out of play. Love to see him hit the ball right at Danny Valencia at third. Maybe a one hopper coming to the bag.
Yeah, Bruce dropped down sidearm that pitch.
Valencia off that line about 12-15 feet. Again fouled off. Stays 1-2.
That's a good breaking ball there. I mean, Bruce going to have to mix in all of his pitches. Location is premium like every other pitcher, but it's important that hitters, when you face a guy like Bruce, that you wait. If you don't have the ability to wait, you'll fall right into his trap. He'll get you out front, pop up balls, and that's his plan.
Cron getting a lot more playing time after the Angels designated for assignment Raul Ibanez. Runners go. Pitch is swung on and missed. Perez will not make the throw to third base, and it's a double steal, but Cron does strike out for out number 1.
Salvi wanted to throw, but Valencia wasn't at third.
So now runners both in scoring position for David Freese, who singled his last time up and drove in his 19th run. He takes a whack and knocks it into center field. That will drive in 2, and it now becomes 4-0. The Angels leading KC.
It was elevated, and that's what he was looking for. Infield drawn in. Experienced hitter. Knows all he has to do is just put one out there towards the middle.
The Angels with 4 runs on 9 hits. The Royals no runs and 4 hits. And now the batter is Hank Conger, switch hitting catcher. Now turns around and bats from the right side. 0 for 2 in the game. A ground out and pop up. Strike 1. So a single, a walk, a strikeout on a double steal, and a single by Freese, who has driven in 3 of the 4 Angel runs. One ball, one strike. Conger tried to check his swing, but he went, and it's a 1-2 count. The Royals came into this game 3.5 games back of Detroit. Now the Tigers were losing by a run with 2 out in the 9th inning, and Ian Kinsler hit a game-winning home run for the Tigers. So Detroit's lead currently 4 games. Down the line, foul.
Yep, Kinsler was looking for a pitch up in the zone. He got it. I watched it. 3-run homer.
Freese goes. The pitch taken. Throw to second base is not in time. So 3 stolen bases in this inning.
Once Bruce decides to come home, he takes his time. See how high leg kick? You don't even have to be a premium base stealer to get a good jump. Took a perfect throw to get him. It was off.
2-2. Conger again snaps it foul. Well, Rex, it was on this date in history in 1907 that 12 Washington base runners stole against catcher Branch Rickey as the Senators beat the New York Yankees 16-5. How about that? He gave up 12 steals.
Never heard of that before.
I know, it's crazy.
Ooh.
Long time ago. Counts 3-2. We told you Bruce activated from the disabled list on Tuesday after missing 48 games in 60 days with a bulging disc in his back. Made 4 minor league rehab starts. He gets Conger way out in front and strikes him out. Our Mazda game break takes a look at that Houston-Detroit game.
That's
Bad pitch.
Jerome Williams, yeah. He's not a closer. They had him in there. Kinsler took care of business.
Tigers go on to win 4-3. Boy, he has had a good time in Texas. Went back home to face his old team, the Texas Rangers, and in his first AB, he hits a home run. There's a slicing base hit to left field. Gordon's going to bring it home. The throw to the plate will be dropped. And Freese is going to be safe for a 5-0 lead. The throw is in time from Alex Gordon, but Salvador Perez dropped the baseball at the plate. And he's arguing that Freese never touched home plate. Looked like he did, though.
Now, with the conditions like they are, the dirt, a little muddy ball, short hop Salvi, and it's easy to see why he missed, because his second hop right here, it was a short one, and it just ate him up. Salvi couldn't get out in front and catch it. Ooh, it looked like he barely caught the plate if he did at all. Freese got a good jump on contact. Gary DeSarcina, third base coach, sent him, even though Alex leads the world in throwing guys out.
Well, Bruce had a terrific 5th inning, getting the Angels in order, striking out Trout and getting Pujols and Hamilton on fly balls. But it has not gone as well in the 6th inning, as he's given up 3 so far. And Calhoun with pretty good speed at first base. Calhoun, though, 3 for 4 this afternoon and tonight. A single, a double, a strikeout, and a single, a run scored, and an RBI. Trout takes another, and he's down in the count 0-2. Mike built like a middle linebacker, Rex. Big back, thick neck, and a short swing when he attacks that baseball, and it absolutely jumps.
It's all about bat speed.
He's hitting .391 the last month of the season. Just barely low. And Mark Langston, the Angels broadcaster, came in to visit with us, and he was talking about Trout's discipline, and he talked to Mike's dad about it, and he said, I have nothing to do with it. The only thing I can say is that I used to go out in the backyard, play wiffle ball with him, and I made my son Mike hold a regular baseball bat while I tried to do the tricks with the wiffle ball. And he said, I couldn't believe how much patience he had. He would not swing at a pitch unless it was in his hitting area.
Yeah, plate discipline is something that you either have before you get here, and if you don't, it's tough to learn it at this level.
There is Mark, terrific left-handed pitcher, 7-time Gold Glove winner. Got a lot of wires behind him.
There's a lot going on. Couple of dents in the wall from foul balls too.
Bruce tried to back him off with a fastball up and in. Trout did not chase, and the count is full. And now the runner will be going.
Not too close. That's the pitch that got Trout to swing on last time.
Angels lead at 5-0, trying to even this series at 1 win each tomorrow afternoon, and we're expected to have sunshine, so we invite our fans here to the K. Guthrie and C.J. Wilson. Fouled off. Because of a player like Trout, many expected the Angels to win the American League West this year, but they still trail the Oakland A's by 4.5 games. He had a good rip on that inside fastball. Tried to tie him up inside, but just barely missed, and a walk, and Bruce Chen in trouble as Dave Island, the pitching coach, comes jogging out from the dugout. He's walked a pair in this inning. He's given up 3 hits and 3 runs, and Dave does not want to see this game get away. The Angels have been very strong offensively lately. We told you about that 6-game winning streak, and during that span they were averaging about 5.5 runs per game and doing a lot of the things that the Royals were doing during their winning streak, and that is coming up with multiple run innings. Our Academy Sports and Outdoors best June records. The Royals right behind the A's and Seattle Mariners with the best percentage. That ball stroked to center field, and it will drop. Another run will come home. Kane goes to third, and they've got him out there. But a tough inning it is for Bruce Chen as he faces 8 batters in the 6th inning, gives up 4 runs, and when it's all said and done, the Angels lead by a half dozen. By the Royals grounds crew led by Trevor Vance, and the great job they did getting that tarp out there and making sure everything stayed dry, and then the way They cleaned up the infield and around home plate.
Yep, fantastic job as always.
We started with Santiago and Ventura both taken out after that 4-hour delay. Michael Morin came out for the Angels, Bruce Chen for the Royals, and this of course is our 6th inning, and that means it's our Sonic Slam inning. Our contestant is Angela Thornton from Overland Park, Kansas. If the Royals hit a home run in this inning, Angela will win $1,100, but if the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Angela will win $25,000 from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals. Hopefully, Angela, the offense will get started right here with Eric Hosmer. Haas 0 for 2 with a comebacker back to the mound and a pop up to center field. Strike one. In the dirt.
Looks like that fastball of his has a little bit of movement on it, going away to lefties.
Morin was the Angels minor league pitcher of the year last season with a 1.9 ERA in 56 games, both at AA and AAA. Back up the middle, and Hosmer gets a base hit.
Ball on the outer edge, upper part of the strike zone. Reached out. He's got long arms. He can reach that. Found a hole. See if they can capitalize, get a little something going, and get in this game.
The Royals had a 6-run lead last night, and they saw it clip down to 2 before Wade Davis and Greg Holland and Herrera and Marriott settled things down. Marriott did a terrific job getting his first major league win. And then Kelvin Herrera, I really thought Rex was the unsung hero as he got them out of a wicked jam in the 6th and then worked a 1-2-3 7th inning. And I'm sure he'll remember the strikeout he got of Mike Trout, 100-mile-an-hour fastball in the low outside corner.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think with that strong outing, Ned found himself a 7th-inning guy. 7th, bridged the gap to go to the 8th to Wade Davis and then on to Holland.
Because Wade Davis and Greg Holland have been so efficient that you almost expect every time the door to be slammed shut, and it certainly was last night when Wade worked a 1-2-3 8th and Holland a 1-2-3 strikeout the side 9th. Butler swings and misses, now down in the count 1-2.
It's like Billy knew that changeup was coming. That disc floated in there.
There was a terrific article in the Kansas City Star this morning written by Kathleen Geer about Michael Morin, and he was quoted as saying, "This would be a dream come true. This is a day I've been waiting for since I got called up, just in general because I grew up 20 minutes away." He went to countless Royals games with his family. And he said pitching here would be pretty surreal, but he was pretty sharp in that first inning of work, the 5th, working a 1-2-3 5th. And he, of course, would be in line to get the win if they hold on. And to Shawnee Mission South, then we told you the University of North Carolina.
Billy had a pretty good rip on that. We'll see how he handles this changeup coming, most likely.
Full count, 3-2. Will the Royals send Hosmer to stay out of the double play?
Might not be a bad idea. Philly has grounded into 10 this year.
Hosmer 2 for 3, stealing bases. Conger not as strong defensively as last night's starter Chris Iannetta. Inside, ball 4. Well, this isn't the first time that Morin has faced the Royals. Back on May 23rd, he pitched a scoreless inning, but then the next night he came back and gave up 3 runs on 3 hits and took the loss in a 7-4 defeat. That was the only win the Royals had on that road series at the Big A. So here is Alex Gordon, broken 0 for 18 with a double his last time up, but the Royals could not get him home. Alex not waiting, and he swings at the first pitch, and it's the off-speed pitch. Strike 1.
Need a big hit to get back in this game.
Kevin Jepson starting to warm in the Angels bullpen. They've had a lot of trouble with their pen, and they need a guy like Morin to step up, and he has done that job with a 1.37 ERA. But the first 2 Royals have reached here in inning number 6. Alex pulls it down the line. It is bobbled by the first baseman. He still has time to recover and record the out at first base, but Hosmer moves to third and Butler to second base. 1 out.
C.J. Cron wasn't sure about this short hop. He saved a double for sure. Was able to knock it down. Morin doing a nice job of getting over to first base. Whenever there's a left-handed batter in that batter's box, pitcher's got to be mindful of getting over there on a ball hit to the first baseman.
2 in scoring position. The Royals were 0 for 5 with men in scoring position in the 3rd and 4th inning. 0 for 6 now on the day, and they really did a wonderful job during that 3-week stretch where they won 15 of 19 games, batting almost .360.
They'll get hot like that again.
Salvador tries to crack one to right center. It will drop for a hit. In comes Hosmer. Butler will be held, and the Royals have cut the lead to 5 as Salvi picks up RBI number 28.
Billy's got to be able to score on that. He can tell by the way the ball was hit that there was no one going to catch it. There was really no need for him to hesitate and wait before he started his break. Watch Billy. If the ball's hit, you got to be taken off there. There's no one going to get it. He did a little circle. He spun around. You don't have to be fast to be a good base runner. Instincts are important. Comes by checking the outfielders, where they're playing, knowing where they are. Every run's important.
So Mike Butcher comes out for a visit with Michael Morin, who has given up a run in his 6th inning after his team gave him 4 runs in the 6th off of Bruce Chen. Omar Infante, the batter, lined out his first time up and struck out his last at bat. Omar got the big hit to break the game open last night with his first grand slam of his big league career. That came in that 7-run third inning. This should be deep enough to score Butler. The catch is made. Billy's coming home. Throw is to second base. And the Royals have cut the lead to 4. Infante with his 39th RBI this year. So the Royals able to get 2 off Morin in the 6th.
That's it, pick away. The Royals have confidence in every single game, no matter if they're down or up. They believe in themselves, especially when they're down. They have comeback ability in them.
Here is Danny Valencia, first time up. He reached in an infield hit, glancing a ball off the glove of a diving David Freese at third base. The ball rolled into shallow left field, and Ibar was able to back it up, so Valencia could not advance past first. And then Rex, he was at the plate in an absolute downpour, and home plate umpire Tim Wilkie was waiting for Valencia's at bat to end. Well, Danny kept on fouling off pitch after pitch and was drying the bat as much as he could in between swings, and he finally flied out to deep right field. Danny had a great opportunity when Mike Moustakas was sent down. He was given the everyday job, and in just the second game at third base, he suffered an injury to his left hand and missed 19 games. So Moose came back, and now they are sharing third base. Danny against the left-handers. A strike in there. It's 2-2.
Yeah, unfortunate for Danny that he hurt himself like that, with a nice opportunity to get hot, take that opportunity and run with it.
He went 3 for 4 against the Dodgers, including 2 hits off a pretty good left-hander in Clayton Kershaw.
He got a changeup that was up there, good rip on it.
Valencia rocks it to right center field, but it is not able to split the gap, as racing over and making the catch is Cole Calhoun. But the Royals do get a couple of runs, and they've cut the lead to 6-2. line for the 2014 Major League Baseball All-Star Game as the best of the National League take on the American League's elite. Don't miss the action Tuesday, July 15th at 7 o'clock Central on Fox. And there's Mike Trout front and center. On that picture they show you, he has been the leading vote getter. He is having an excellent season at the age of 22 in his third big league season. Josh Hamilton will lead things off against Bruce Chen, who gave up 4 runs in the 6th. So he begins his third inning of work by throwing high and outside, ball 1.
See if Bruce can shut him down here.
1 ball, 1 strike to Hamilton, who is 0 for 3 and 1 for 7 in this series.
Hamilton hitting .457 with 2 home runs off of lefties. It's just in 35 at bats. A couple of doubles.
Big swing on a breaking ball that swept down and out of the strike zone, so a 2-2 count. Oh man, at 68 miles an hour it had brakes and it just slowed up as it came to home plate, and Hamilton way out in front for strike 3.
Yep, that's a teaser. See how he holds that ball on the outside, snaps down, great break to it. That ball started out in the release point at Hamilton's back.
Here is Eric Ibar, who started the trouble for Bruce back in the 6th inning, singling, stealing a base. He would score the first of their 4 runs in that 6th inning. The Angels have 6 runs on 11 hits. The Royals have 2 runs on 6 hits. Hit sharply to Danny Valencia. 2 outs. It's hard to believe that earlier today, Rex, we were able to talk to Brandon Finnegan, the 17th overall selection by the Royals in the first-year player draft, and he was introduced today. It was good to see him. He joined us in the booth in the 3rd inning.
Yep, fresh young man, looked like he was ready to go.
He will be in Wilmington on Monday, he said, but he went 9-3 with a 2.04 ERA. Helping TCU to an appearance in the College World Series. KC also announced that it signed 7th round selection Brandon Downs, an outfielder from the University of Virginia.
Finnegan goes down there and starts and has some success. Finishes the season strong. You never know. September call-up could be waiting for him.
Here's the 1-1 pitch to Howie Kendrick, and he fouls it off. And that Wilmington ball club, they're going to have to promote somebody because they have a terrific rotation. And Christian Binford was named to the Futures game. They have Binford in that rotation along with Miguel Almonte, who is a dynamic prospect. Kendrick went. Chen gets the strikeout and bounces back well after a rough 6th inning.
Great job. Keep that momentum. Chip away.
Best selection of seats at Kauffman Stadium, including premium seats. Do you have a corporate outing coming up or clients coming into town? Ticketsforless.com can get your group within the first 10 rows behind the dugout or even all together in the front row of the crown seats. Check out Ticketsforless.com for all your Royals tickets, and kudos to all those folks staying around. First pitch in this one was well over 6 hours ago, and still hanging in there in the bottom of the 7th. Fizz?
And so are you, Joel, after you were able to dry out your uniform. Here is Justin Maxwell with a foul ball struck off the right side. Joel was down there with the grounds crew with Trevor Vance. He was getting all of the weather updates, and then the foul weather got to him.
I thought he was going to do a tarp slide for us.
I thought he was too. We asked him to, but he turned us down.
Jepson throws hard. 95 to 97. He cuts his fastball. He's got a curve and a changeup.
And Kevin has pitched very well recently, and that's why Mike Scioscia went to him. He wants to slam the door shut on any comeback by KC. He has an 0.51 ERA his last 22 games since May 7th. He has not given up a run in 33 of his 36 games this year. It's been a long day. Time to kick back and finally watch baseball. It's almost been like a doubleheader. So Jepson gets the count back to even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Jepson likes to stay away from hitters with his cutter.
Ooh. Maxwell got it on his hands and got hit in the hand. And you might remember that last year Justin also got nailed in the hand and missed a lot of time with the Houston Astros before he was traded to Kansas City.
Well, almost sounded like he might have got some of the bottom of the bat. That's a tough call for umpires. It's their discretion when that happens. Did it catch some of the knob and some of his finger? Obviously it did. Scioscia's not coming out to argue. That'll pinch you. It'll pinch the palm of your hand against the knob of the bat.
Justin told Ned Yost that he wants to continue, and Maxwell last year missed 51 games with a broken bone in his left hand, and that's where the ball struck. He also had food poisoning that cost him some games and had a concussion.
Saw Conger setting up inside there. Told you Jepson likes to go away. That was just an effect pitch. He wanted to just come in off the plate. That's right, exactly what he wanted to do, to set up that cutter away.
Escobar hits one to center field, and there is Mike Trout to pull it down in right center. Maxwell had it well read and goes back to first. Time for our AT&T fan photo. Rex, I don't know about you, but that looks like a proposal by Derek.
It's possible, no question, or he could be asking for forgiveness.
Well, the fans off to the left, they just want you to know you want to drive the bus.
Oh,
you
no.
did today, didn't you?
Absolutely.
They want to drive the bus.
Yuck. That's beautiful, fans. We're looking for a late inning bus driver here.
Well, I hope our next fan photo is she said yes. She holds up a sign. Strike in there. Lorenzo Cain 0 for 3 after a 3-hit night last night, going 3 for 5. 5 hits in his last 2 games.
Right-handers are only hitting 128 with 1 homer off Jepson.
Kane had a good swing but fouled it back, and now down in the count 0-2. When we first saw Jepsen, he was a fastball curveball guy, but then he developed that cut fastball, and that really got him to the big leagues where he could be a solid setup man.
Even though you throw hard, you got to have some kind of movement, some kind of pitches that have some off speed to it to get the hitter off of it. Everything the same speed, you get hit. He's a lot like Wade Davis. Throws that hard mid-90s fastball, but that cutter is a good pitch for Davis as well. They're similar. Different arm slots. Davis comes more of the top. Jepsen here, he's got a little bit of 3/4 in him.
That ricocheted in the luxury suite down past the Angel dugout. Looked like a pinball was knocking around in that luxury suite. The ball struck in there.
Renzo, he's staying alive.
Kane swings and misses on that fastball at 96 miles an hour, and that's the second out. Well, fans, the Fox Sports Kansas City Be Royal Fan Express traveled to Des Moines. Lots of ticket winners and a group of volunteers from Habitat for Humanity in Des Moines. In that group is a longtime construction manager named Vern, who's finishing his last home for Habitat. And Vern manages the build of about 50 homes over 20 years. He has an enthusiastic bunch of volunteers called Vern's Army who work as carpenters, plumbers, and laborers. Fox Sports Kansas City welcomes Vern and Vern's Army to the K. The next Be Royal Fan Express trip is July 12th from St. Joe.
I got to get on board as they pulled into the K. I got to meet Vern and Vern's Army. Congratulated them on what they do for others and building houses. He was happy to be here.
It is a great program. The Royals have hosted the luncheon for Habitat for Humanity here, particularly when they built homes in the Joplin area after that devastating tornado.
You know, it's a great thing that the organization is doing. They're reaching out to some cities and towns that are around the area here and inviting the fans in. And every time I have the privilege of getting on a bus, and they let me do that, I always ask them, who's coming to the K for the first time?
And then you ask the question, who's driving the bus?
Most of, I mean, this is half of them, the two buses I've been on, half of the people have never been to the K before. So I turn into a tour guide. It's fun. That little 10-minute or 5-minute ride in. Ooh, Haas had a rip there.
He reached out on a pitch that may have been off the plate and singled to center field his last time up. Came around to score the Royals' first run. Butler scored the second on Infante's sac fly. Kendrick gathers it in right field and throws out Hosmer by a couple of steps, and that will do it for the Royals in the seventh. We head to the eighth. It's 6-2 Angels.
Lead the Royals here in the top of the 8th. The Royals might have been one of the early games today, but now a lot of them have been completed well before this one. White Sox topping Toronto 4-3. Texas blanks Minnesota. Tigers storm back, as Fizz told you, on that Ian Kinsler home run. And Cleveland and Seattle are coming up tonight. I got some K-State fans in the house expecting more tomorrow. It is K-State Day, so looking forward to that at the K. We have now had a bunch of these and more to come this summer, but see a lot of purple out here tomorrow. Looking forward to a visit with a couple of their big football players, Tyler Lockett, 3-time All-American, and Ryan Mueller, who grew up right in this area at Leawood and went to St. Thomas Aquinas. So we are looking forward to that. Some Iowa State folks here today for Iowa State Day. None that we love more than our director, the proud Cyclone, Steve Kurtenbach.
He is the absolute best, and former Cyclone punter Kirby Vanderkamp was throwing out the first pitch today. The first pitch will be thrown out tomorrow by the new women's basketball coach Jeff Mittie at Kansas State. It's a Big 12 weekend at Kauffman Stadium. A swing and a miss by C.J. Cron. Last time up, Cron struck out swinging. There they are. Boy, they have waited it out. You know, those young ladies are baseball fans when they've been waiting through a 4-hour rain delay.
Well, I'm sure their parents have something to do with it.
Oh, no question. But they probably said, Mom and Dad, we don't want to go. Boys in blue are going to come back. Royals trailed 2-0, came back yesterday and won 8-6. Bruce works him upstairs, and the count is full, 3-2. Angels got a run in the third, a run in the fourth, and 4 in the sixth. Cron reached for it. And we'll get back and out of play. Rex, you were talking about a lot of teams interested in this young man, C.J. Cron, but every team knows that the Angels want relief pitching, and they know they're probably going to have to twist their arm to get the most out of the system, to get that closer that they so desperately have been looking for. And there's a pop-up down the first base line taken care of by Hosmer, and there's one out. Some of the images from Iowa State Day today. There's the Cyclone. Cy going up against Slugger. Vanderkamp with the first pitch. That is a great university. I've been up there many times to do football and basketball games. Great school. And another great school that's local is Shawnee Mission South High School, where Michael Morin would stand to be the winning pitcher in this one. And that has produced some great alums as well. Rob Riggle, who is here for the Big Slick, of course. Great comedian and actor and former quarterback. And not only college football, but the NFL, Rodney Peete. And then, of course, there is the greatest video editor in the history of Western civilization who works for our Royals TV, and that is Sam Abramson. He went to Shawnee Mission South, and he was a big part of their state championship celebration years ago.
Way to go, Sammy.
That ball is well struck right center field, and it's over the head of Justin Maxwell. So David Freese has his third hit of the game.
John McDonald is going to get a little action. Give Freese a break the rest of the day after 3 hits.
McDonald, a superior defender. And even though Freese has only made one error this year, he does not have the same mobility of John McDowell, who covers a lot of ground. So Bruce has to work out of another difficult jam as he has a man in scoring position with only one out in the 8th inning. And Hank Conger batting from the right side, and Cole Calhoun will be the next batter. I called him Corey Calhoun before, and that's because I had a friend growing up by that name. So I apologize. Conger out of Huntington Beach, former first-round pick. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That ball was way on his hands.
Hank was given the name by his grandfather, who was a huge baseball fan and loved Hammerin' Hank Aaron. And you knew that Conger was going to play baseball growing up in Southern California, and he was an absolute star, an All-American. And delighted to be drafted by his hometown team in the first round. Conger 0 for 3 this afternoon and evening. Struck him out. That's 6 strikeouts for Chen this afternoon in his 3+ innings of work. Time to take a look at our Sprint Family Question of the Day results. Which active player posted the highest OPS in the first 400 games of his career? Albert Pujols was the correct answer. And Rex, that's the clue that you gave. And you were just guessing, but you figured he's in the ballpark. He's been a great player the last decade. That ball hit sharply to Hosmer, getting over his Chen in time. They record the out, and they shut out the Angels in the 8th inning. Bottom 8 we go. Butler, Gordon, Perez coming up. Eighth inning at the K, and there is Greg Morin, who is the father of Michael Morin. And as we take a look at our Miller time, look back at Michael Morin's job, he took over in that 5th inning, Rex, and he was able to work a 1-2-3-5. He did give up a couple of runs in the 6th inning, but stands to win this game in his first game ever at the K.
Yeah, pretty nice inning of work, or a couple innings there. Hit a W, but it's not over yet.
Morin was originally drafted by the Royals in the 40th round of the 2009 draft, but went to UNC. Jason Grilli getting his first appearance as an Angel, acquired from the Pirates in exchange for Ernesto Frieri yesterday. So this is his Angels debut in 22 games with Pittsburgh. Went 0-2 with 11 saves and a 4.87 ERA.
He's got a hard fastball. He'll throw his slider, cuts his fastball, and he's got a changeup. He's a 37-year-old finesse closer, but he's firm. He's got a lot of experience.
Earned a career high 33 saves last season and was named to the National League All-Star team, and the Angels desperately needing a closer after Frieri fell on hard times. But Grilli had a difficult time with Pittsburgh as well, and that's why the flip was made for one struggling closer for another.
He sure made it exciting in Pittsburgh the last few years.
Did he ever? Three and one.
Pittsburgh Pirates were the surprise, and really it's fresh to see somebody in the playoffs that hasn't been there in a long time. And now this year it's the Royals. I've had many people say how fresh and exciting it is to see Kansas City in the limelight now.
There's a shot, but Kendrick pulls out of the air, and there's one out. Howie's saying that stung a little bit. Butler and Kendrick played against each other in youth ball leagues in Jacksonville, and then they had a chance to play together in the Arizona Fall League a few seasons ago when both of them were in the minor leagues. Howie 2 years older than Billy. Now Alex Gordon, who is 1 for 3. Picked up his 22nd double to start the 4th inning. The Royals unable to advance him.
Grilli's a veteran guy. A lot of folks remember him with the Tigers for many years. He started out with the White Sox in 04. Tigers, Rockies, Rangers, and then Pirates the last 3.
1 ball, 1 strike. One and 2.
That's his nice little slider he's got.
Try to jam Alex inside. Instead, he misses, and the count moves 2 balls, 2 strikes. Royals scored 8 last night. They have been quieted by Angel pitching, and tomorrow afternoon it will be Guthrie for KC, C.J. Wilson for LAA. A swing and a miss, and down goes Gordo. 2 outs. Both teams having to go to their bullpens a lot because of what took place yesterday. Both starting pitchers struggled in that game. For the Royals, it was Jason Vargas and Matt Shoemaker. For the Angels, and this afternoon was all about the rain. It was Ventura and Hector Santiago who got the start, but they only went 4, so The Royals and Angels both had to go to their bullpen for 5. Perez with a slow roller. McDonald. Well, look at that. He is so quick. Great hands. But he did give up 4 runs in that 6th inning, and that hurt. Other than that, he's thrown shutout baseball in innings 5, 7, and 8. But the Royals able to rest their bullpen, and now Chen going 5 innings. He'll face Trout, Pujols, and Hamilton here in the 9th. We started today's game at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then at 2:31 we experienced rain showers that did not stop for a while. We suffered a 3-hour and 58-minute rain delay. Trevor Vance and his crew did a great job making the field look terrific, and we started again at 6:30. We invite you to the K tomorrow afternoon, final game of this homestand, and then we head to Minnesota, Cleveland, and St. Pete. So come on out to the K for Guthrie and Wilson. In there, 1 ball, 1 strike. Trout has struck out and walked against Chen today. Overall, he's 1 for 3 with that an infield hit back in the 3rd. Took a mighty rip and misses 1 and 2.
Trout having a hard time with Bruce. He was behind that pitch. He waited too long on that one.
Strikes him out.
Yep. Bruce has a way of slowing those bats down, and he can speed them up.
He had just that 1 evil inning in the 6th inning when he had to face 8 batters. But overall, he has struck out 7 and not yet 5 innings. Pujols is 1 for 2 off Bruce. That was a single in that 4-run 6th. Drove in a run. But that also resulted in the final out of the 6th inning when Lorenzo Cain fired a strike to 3rd base and was able to get the runner advancing to 3rd. High in the air. Lazy fly ball for Lorenzo Cain. 2 outs. And Rex, I'm guessing we'll see pretty much the same lineup for the Royals tomorrow with a left-hander, C.J. Wilson, as we see Joe Smith preparing for the bottom of the 9th inning after really worked a perfect eighth.
Yeah, you never know. Ned might insert Dyson in there.
Dyson hasn't had many opportunities against left-handers this year, and he's mainly been going with Maxwell against the right-handers. We shall see. Oh, and 2. Hamilton 0 for 4 on the afternoon. He has struck out a pair of times. Chen got him swinging in the 7th. Drop down sidearm, fouled off. Outside corner, perfectly located, and Chen works 5 innings of this game.
How about
He
that?
does give up 4, but strikes out 8.
How about a career high 8 strikeouts as a reliever? Nice job, Bruce.
Lead the Royals, and Boulevard Royals Live will be coming up. Jeff Montgomery will break this game down. Yordano Ventura, way back when, pitched in this game. Bruce Chen comes on for 5, and the local kid Michael Morin in line for a win at Kauffman Stadium. That'll be a scorer's decision, but we expect that he will get that. So we'll break all that down and get you ready for tomorrow's game. And speaking of that, Royals just announcing that due to the extended rain delay in the game today, they will allow fans to exchange today's ticket stub for a $10 Hy-Vee infield ticket for tomorrow afternoon's finale of the series against the Angels. Tickets can be redeemed at the Kauffman Stadium box office tomorrow prior to the 1:10 game. So hope folks will come out for that, and who knows, maybe get a little something going here in the 9th inning against Joe Smith.
Thank you very much, Joel. And that indeed is a good deal, because 2 fine pitchers going tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. Jeremy Guthrie for KC, C.J. Wilson for the Angels. Omar Infante will start things as Joe Smith, their new closer. Obviously not a save situation, but Joe did earn his 7th save of the season in his last appearance on Thursday afternoon. Didn't pitch quite as well as he wanted to. He inherited the bases loaded and allowed all 3 runners to score before recording the final out of the game.
Yep, he's a side armor, 88 to 92, slider and a change.
Always tough on right-handers. Infante was backing out, and that one snapped in the zone. Danny Valencia is still waiting on deck. Thought we might see Moustakas. Omar pops it up. Howie Kendrick is there, and there's one out.
The Angels, they rank near the bottom in baseball with 12 blown saves and a 4.38 ERA out of their closers. So that's one of the weak spots for Socia and his team. And with the addition of Grilli, they're hoping that that could change.
Danny Valencia 1 for 3. Shot a base hit off the glove of David Freese in the second inning and has flied out twice to right field. Strike one. Strike two. Danny did not agree. Finds himself defending home plate now. And Smith gets him to swing at one out of the strike zone and strikes him out. So the Royals down to their last man, and that is Justin Maxwell. He's 0 for 2 and hit by a pitch. We may see Maxwell tomorrow afternoon when the Royals face another left-hander, C.J. Wilson. Then the Royals head out on a trip for the Minnesota Twins for 3, then the Cleveland Indians, and finally the Tampa Bay Rays. Long road trip. Strike one.
He's sneaky from that sidearm. Good sinker.
First 3 pitchers in that Minnesota series will be Duffy, Shields, and Vargas. One and one. Now the Royals down to their final strike, a 2-2 count to Justin Maxwell. Angels trying to even this series at 1 win each. KC won last night 8-6. This will be one of the rare games lately that has been decided by more than 1 or 2 runs. Justin swings and misses. So in a game that took almost 7 hours to complete, the Angels take game 2 of this series by a final of 6-2. Cole Calhoun with a solid game, going 3 for 5 with a couple of runs scored and an RBI. And Michael Moore, the local kid from Shawnee Mission South High School, likely to get the victory.